won't build the house on the land, but they will rather lift it a bit, raise it a bit, and then build on it. So just like what we have in Inzu, and then it can also be in trees. We have some in Ghana. When you go to Kakun Forest, you get some, and then when you go outside Ghana, there are lots of tourist sites that have tree houses that it's a tourist attraction, so people go there to have the experience of living in a tree house. And then it can be on a boat or a vehicle. We have those mobile houses. And then a house may be a hut in the village or an impressive piece of architecture in a city. So when you go to the village and then you see just a structure and then people are living inside, provided that structure has these elements that we are talking about, we have the walls, we have the roof, we have the windows, and then we have the doors. It is considered as a house. And then we come to a home. As the second speaker said, okay, when people start living in a house, okay, then it becomes a home. So you have me, I have my spouse, I have my children. If I have my siblings living with me, it becomes a house, because when I live in the house with them, I get some kind of satisfaction, okay, that makes me feel that, oh, I am part of these people. I am part of this family. So in case of anything, these people can help me. Okay, so when you live in a house with people and then you get some satisfaction from it, no matter what the structure is, it can be a small one or a big one. If you get that satisfaction from it, that you are loved, you feel belonged, you feel that you have your privacy, you feel that whatever you need, it's accessible in the house, then it becomes a home. So let's compare this thing. When you go to the marketplace, if you have a shop or your friend has a shop in the market and then you go visit them regularly, when you go to the shop, if it's yours, when you go to the shop, you sit there for just some few hours, okay, and then you come back home. When you sit there and then you want to use the washroom, you have to go to a different place and then use the washroom. When you eat and then you want to wash your hand, you have to buy water and then go and stand somewhere and then wash your hand. When you want to air, maybe you don't have a ceiling fan over there, then you have to open the windows and then the air will pass through, then you get some. You don't feel comfortable in the markets, but we feel like it's a temporary place that, oh, we are just selling, so you'll be there. But when you come home, you feel that you have everything. When you want to relax, you have your couch over there. When you want to sleep, you have your bed over there. When you want to wash your hands, you have your sink, you have your fan, you have almost everything that you need, and you have your children there who will entertain you. At least you have everything. So a house becomes a home when people live in it and then you get the satisfaction that you want. And then we move to housing. When you talk of housing, okay, we are talking of the house that you live in, the houses surrounding where you live. Okay, so in this way, we would say it's your neighborhood. Okay, so it is the house and its environment, or the community in which you find the house, and the house together with the facilities or amenities. So if you have good roads, if you have street lights, if you have a community center, if you have a hospital around your vicinity or your area, if you have a marketplace, if you have schools, you have recreational grounds that are available, okay, and these facilities or the amenities that are available, you have good drinking water, you have good lighting system. If you have them and these help you with it helps with the well-being of the people living in the area, we term it as the housing, okay, housing community. So housing community, the total community in the houses and the facilities and amenities that constitute the housing environment. Any good housing area should take into account the environment as well. So if you live in an environment, a community where the environment is kind of a slum, okay, before you get to your neighbor's house, you have to jump a smelly gutter, which is really the gutter part, the gutter that you are jumping. So like it's walled, or it has it has been constructed that there's water passing through. It's just passing on the ground like that, and you have to jump in the mud to get. If that area is not, the environment is not as good as you want to see, it's not termed as a good housing environment. So when a good housing environment, such facilities have health centers, hospitals, it has schools, it has markets, it has shopping centers, it has recreational facilities, it has good roads. And you won't be surprised if you have such a housing environment in Ghana, which has all these available. They have police stations available, they have street lights, which are working. It's not like they have the street lights over there. They have it, and then the street lights are working. When it's evening, you turn it on and then it's lights everywhere. And all this will contribute to the fiscal, social, health, and then the economic lives of people living in such a community. Housing, therefore, means more than one house or a home. It includes almost everything and anything that will make your life worth living. So as I said earlier, a good housing environment, okay, a good housing environment is also known as a good standard of houses. Okay, so a good standard housing, or a good housing environment, provides a good standard of houses where there is safety. I mean, you have your street lights, okay, so you can, when it's evening, you are not walking in dark. You have good sanitation, you have good lighting, you have water, and then you feel comfortable living in such an environment. It constitutes a good housing environment, and these things will enhance the lives and also meet the needs of the people living in that area. So, history of housing. In the olden days, there was nothing like this kind of houses that we had. I think when you watch movies and then they are depicting those olden times, you can see, for a typical movie that I watched, and then it was depicting something like that, was Apocalypto. I don't know if most of you have watched it. Apocalypto.
Yes,
Yes, madam.
madam.
Okay, I'm coming. So in that movie, you saw where they were living. They were living in some uh, uh just a rough shelter. Okay, so they were living based on, if they find food here, then they settle there, and then they'll be eating the food there. So when they feel like they're not getting some again, they'll move to a different place, and then they'll get that different place. They'll get food, they'll get water, or they'll get whatever they want, and then they'll stay there for a while. When it gets like it's depleting, then they move to a different place. So in the early times, that's where they were living. So they were living, most of them were living in rocks, overhanging cliffs. They were living in dark pits. They were living in caves. So that was just the kind of shelter that they were having, the houses that they were living. So these makeshift dwellings were usually constructed in places where water and other natural amenities such as fruits and foods were readily available. They were just temporal settlements. And then these temporal settlements were unsafe, because when you're living in somewhere like, just you have some branches over there, and then you have something covering the branches, just some woods, you bring some woods over there, and then you use some branches to cover the sides, and then it's not as strong as the ones that we are living in right now. they are not as strong as the ones that we are living right now. So they were very unsafe because a wild animal like a lion can just attack, like can just pounce on it and then it will break. And then they will use you as their food. They can kill you. So it got to a time that they were experiencing this, and then the food will become scarce. They have to be walking long distance to get another food. Maybe when they are eating, they are getting fishes here and then they are not getting the fishes anymore. They have to walk long distance. All these accounted for them to be changing from one place to the other. And then later, man discovered the secrets of cultivating the land to grow his own crops. And then if you have, let's take these tomatoes and then peppers. If you want to plant them, it's not just like a week. And we are not thinking about a week. We are not thinking about 2 weeks. It will take like months for you to get what you planted. So to do this successfully, man had to stay in one place for longer periods. Okay, so this led to the need for more permanent structures for accommodation. If I have to stay here till whatever I've planted to grow and I can harvest it, then I should as well get something permanent that I can live in, and then that permanent thing, it should be safe so that wild animals cannot be attacking us just like that. So this led to the need for more permanent structures for accommodation. So initially, those permanent structures were very simple. At first, when you used to watch those Nigerian movies, they were just simple. If it's round, it's a round building, round hut, and then they have those were the kind of houses that they were able to build. So as tools were developed, man was able to improve on the structure. Okay, so saw was being manufactured, technology was improving, and then they felt like, oh, if I can use this to build a house, I can use this to build a house, oh, I can mix this and then build a house. And then they started building these nice houses that we had. Most of the early rooms had just one room. And then that just one room is like they're just thinking of where they can be in case of any attack, in case of it's raining. They want to get a place to stay for shelter, to keep them from the direct rays of the sunshine. So it was just the room that they were thinking of. If they had to visit the washroom or visit nature's hall, they would just get the bush somewhere and then do it. So today there are many apartments in use for various purposes in the house. We have the sitting room, which we're not seeing in those times. You have your kitchen. There are houses that have guest rooms. They have study room. They have some houses have 2 halls, one for the children and then one for the main activities when visitors come. Because when you have children, most of the time they will mess up the living room. So some people like to have some for just the children and some to entertain their kids. You have built-in toilets and also bathhouses. So let's move on to the type of housing environments in Ghana. The housing environments we have here in Ghana can be grouped into 2. We have the urban and the rural housing environments. The urban and the rural housing environments. The rural ones are those that we find in the villages, okay, in those small cities, those old towns. They are the ones termed as the rural houses. They are also referred to as traditional or vernacular housing, and it's mainly found in villages. So in such housing environments, people build housing using materials that are readily available. So in such environment, they have mud readily available, they have leaves readily available, they have twigs, they have bamboos, they have raffias and everything readily, they have stones, everything available. So it's not like they are now going to, most of the activities over there is like they are into fishing or farming or like doing small jobs. So they won't get the money to go and buy those that we have in the big cities. Okay, so anything that's available in the community and that they can use to build a house, then it goes for them. So when you go to most villages, when you go to Ghana, those remote villages that we have, you see that there are houses made of mud, which are still, people are still building housing made of mud because that is what is found in their environment. In rural communities close to urban cities, owing to accessibility to improve technology and the influence of urban life, some people use materials like bent bricks. Okay, so those rural communities that are kind of closer to cities, okay, right now there is improvement, okay. So most people are, those small cities are, those small villages are at least getting wider a bit because people are buying lands. Most of the lands sold there are cheaper, so people are buying and then building houses. So like they are getting closer to the urban communities. There, those villages are kind of just some few distance to the cities. So those kind of houses over there, you see that although they are not having modern technologies that we have in the big cities, but they are using an improved version of what they had. So if they were having mud and they were just mixing the mud and then pasting it on the wall to form, erect something to live in it. Right now, they have improved on it and then they are using bent bricks. Okay, they will know that there's something called cement blocks and then they will start using it. You see that they will have aluminum roofing sheets as their roofing sheets in their houses. They may not be as what is in the big cities, but at least the houses over there will look so traditional, will not look beautiful, but they will have these kind of materials. So it's not just like the rural houses are such remote that they have just mud, leaves, twigs, or bamboos as things that they use to build their houses. Also, rural houses are built considering factors like the family size, family activities, the lifestyle that they live. You can see that when you go to the rural housing environments, you can have a big land and then there are small houses on it, but all those houses on it belongs to just one family. Okay, it's a family property. So when you get money or you and then you want to build, you just erect something, then you live in it. And then family activities, when you go to those places, you see that if the family is into farming, you see that they have an area where they store their farm possessions, where they store their cutlasses. If they are into cocoa farming, you see that they have erected something that they put their cocoa seeds on to dry them. If they have grains, they have somewhere that they've spread their grains for drying. And the lifestyle that they live. So all these will influence the kind of houses that they will build. So characteristics of rural houses. Rural communities are not planned. So people build houses anywhere and then anyhow. It's our family land. Okay, so if you have built your house here, that thing prevents me from building mine behind you. Even if it's right behind you that no one can pass through, I'll have to build it because it's our land. They are not planned. People choose to build where they feel like it's convenient to them. They don't follow any housing regulations. It's not even in their dictionary. It's our family land, so you don't tell me what to do with it. Houses are built to suit the lifestyle and activities of the extended family, and therefore they are close to one another. There are no elaborate designs, and these important areas are usually the sleeping places. So as I said earlier, the only important place for them is where they can sleep. Okay, so when they are building, they build where they will sleep, where they will ease themselves. Maybe they think the community will provide. If the community doesn't provide, I mean, it's a rural area, so they can get maybe a bush somewhere and then do it. So and sometimes the kitchen and the bathroom, they might have a kitchen or a bathroom, okay. And then most of the houses over there are courtyard houses. traditional courtyard houses. So the houses over there, sometimes they may have washrooms and then kitchen inside, or it can be separate from their houses. So they can have their where they will sleep, and then when you go outside, just walk maybe some 5 steps, then you see another hut that they have built, which serves as a kitchen, and then another place that another structure that they have erected where they take their bath. So it can be inside their small house, or it can be outside. And there's a lot of space in the courtyard for family activities such as cooking, washing, entertainment, and other gathering. Mostly these kind of houses, they build it in a rectangular form or in a circular form with a big space in the middle which serves as a courtyard. So some in the olden times, grandmothers will gather their grandchildren around them, then she'll be telling them stories of the past, and then or sometimes be educating them on their cultures or some traditions of the family. So another characteristic is that they have public spaces like deba grounds or community centers. They have place of convenience. It's a big one for almost everyone. Okay. It's just lately that they've been the governments will maybe go and build some from them, and then you get someone sitting there and then be taking money. But first, no one takes money. So if you want to go and use it, you just go there, then do whatever you want. As well as water supplies are provided by people through communal labor. Sometimes it's through communal labor, or someone from the community who has made it in life will just feel like, oh, I should do this for my community, and then you build a well or a borehole for the community. Or you can get a generous person who is not even from the community, and then they'll do it for them. You have NGOs too who go and provide them for them. But when you go to the individual houses, there are no things like that. Some individuals may provide their own pit wells and also pit latrines in their houses. Rural houses are said to be dynamic. Okay, they are said to be dynamic because usually they start building maybe just one room or 2 rooms. And then when someone goes to the city and then he gets money and then he feels like, oh, let me build this for my house and my family. And then the person will come and build another house attached to what they already have. So once you have just one house, you can be adding more. If you want to build a kitchen, then you can start. If you want to change the roofing, you can change it. If you want to change the way the windows are, you can change, because when they were building, they built it with all those local things they have around. So like if you want to change it, it's so easy to change it. That's why we are saying it's dynamic. So usually you start with 1 or 2 houses, and then when you get more money, you add up new rooms to it. And the next one we'll talk about is urban housing. Urban housing. These type of housing environments are found in cities and towns. They are designed and built by architects, okay, masons, engineers, planners, as compared to the rural housing, where the individual, if he feels like he can build it, he can erect something, he just makes it without even consulting an architect on how he should plan his house. Urban housing environments are developed to meet the demands of city living. What are some of the demands of living in the city? Hello.
Yes, madam.
What are some of the demands of living in the city?
Madam, paying of utilities.
Paying of utilities. So that means they have electricity, which is available to almost everyone. They have water supply, which is available for everyone. Okay, so in such housing environments, they are developed to meet the demands of people living in such places. Most of the people living in such places have cars. So in such environment, they have good roads. Even if there are no good roads, they have roads that can your car can pass through. Unlike the rural cities, you think that this is a road where a car can pass, but by the time you get to a certain part of it, you see that, oh, someone's house is blocking it, so your car can't go again. But these urban housing environments are planned to meet how comfortable living in the city should be. Okay, the experts normally take into consideration availability of suitable materials, which can be locally manufactured or they can be imported. So they use materials such as bent bricks, they have tiles, they have wood, they have plastic tiles, they have terrazzo, they have concrete blocks, they have marble stones, they have glass, they have a whole lot of things that are not seen in the rural areas. The design usually follow the needs and the lifestyle of people, but it also follows building codes and then zoning laws. So if they tell you that this your house shouldn't be more than this length, based on the location where you are living, such a house will take such advice in building the house. Unlike the rural areas where you are, I'm the one doing my thing, so they just build anyhow they want. What are the characteristics of it? Urban housing should meet certain health standards. Okay, so they are therefore regulations which governs the design and types of houses that should be built in the housing communities. When you are building, you send your plan to an architect. An architect design your plans for you. Okay, in designing, he takes into consideration where to locate the sockets in the houses, where the wires in the house will pass, how your roofing should be made. There are some standards that they are supposed to follow. Okay, and these standards are to prevent accidents. So such an expert will design a house to meet such standards. Urban communities are usually well planned. That's why when you go to some communities, you can see that, oh, there are two houses and then there will be a lane, a big road in front. It won't be a big road, but like a road in front of them where a car or a human can pass. They are not crowded as those that we see in the rural areas. Amenities like shopping centers, markets, they have libraries, they have schools, they have parks, cinema halls. You can name them. All those that can make your life comfortable for you, they have it in such an environment. Most of the facilities and amenities found in the urban communities are provided by the government. Unlike the rural areas where they are done through communal labor or some charity works. But here, most of the market the shopping centers that you see, the schools built, the recreational parks, the clinics, the hospitals, they are provided by the government. And then they have factories and industries in urban housing. When you go to the urban housing environments, the factories and industries are more than those that's in the rural areas. And then usually they are separated from residential areas because of the kind of materials or the kind of things that they use in their production. Some of them are not meant for human consumption. Okay, some of them are not supposed to be in the air that humans will breathe. So they are not parts, or they are far from the residential areas. Roads and streets are built to link parts of towns and then communities. They have security agencies such as police and then fire services are all available. So let's move to the types of houses we have in Ghana. Okay, in Ghana we have 6 different types of houses. And these types of houses are based on the designs of the house. So the first one that we talk about is compound or courtyard houses. I believe most of us are almost all of us are familiar to these type of houses. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, madam.
Okay, so we are all familiar with this type of houses. These are the oldest type of houses we have in Ghana. Okay, they are mostly found in the rural areas, but sometimes you can find some in towns and then cities. So these type of houses are mainly single-story houses or multi-story. They are not multi, they are just multi-story houses. Yeah, single or multi-story houses. And then they use materials such as mud, wood, stones, roofing sheets, or thatch to build such houses. In building such houses, they are mostly in this form, okay, or they are mostly in this shape. It can be as a circular or a rectangular or a square shapes. And then they have a large compound in the middle where most of family activities such as cooking, washing, receiving visitors, they sometimes hold family gatherings over there. They sometimes if there's funeral in the house, they will that's where family members will sit or lay their dead body. Okay, they have a courtyard like that in the middle where they hold such an activity. And then, as I said, when we were talking about house, the rural housing, these kind of houses may or may not have washrooms and kitchens inside. If they have it, it can be just one, and then the number of rooms it can be like 4 or 5 rooms. They'll be sharing the same one, or sometimes it might be outside or behind the house. So these are just rooms, and then behind the house, there you have your kitchen, you have your washroom over there. These type of houses are designed to suit the lifestyle of the extended family. The second one that we'll talk about is detached or bungalow houses. And this one is also common to us. Detached or bungalow houses. They are simple family houses, which normally house just one family. Okay. They can be 1, 2, or 3-story buildings. These type of bungalow houses do not share walls with any other buildings. If I'm saying they don't share walls with any other person, other buildings, I'm talking about the house, not the fence wall. Okay, I'm talking about the house. They might share fence wall with other buildings, but the house does not share any wall with any other building. So, if it's five bedrooms, it's just the 5 rooms in this beautiful bungalow house, and it's just housing just that family. If it's an extended family, it's just housing just that extended family. It's a nuclear family. It is housing them. Yeah, they stand in isolation. That's why they are called the detached houses. And all the rooms lead to other rooms, and there's no need coming out for anything. So you have your hall, and then your hall leads to your room. You can pass through the hall and go to the kitchen. You can pass through the hall, go to the dining room. So it's not like you have to get out of the house and then go to a kitchen behind the house, or go to use the washroom is outside the house. They do not have courtyards, but sometimes the route may lead to an outer space, which may be enclosed um, by a wall or a fence. Okay, so they might sometimes have a larger compound, maybe behind the house, and then they have a fence or coverings where they can be washing, be cooking, doing other activities over there. These type of houses are usually called self-contained houses. And the next one is semi-detached houses. Okay, semi-detached houses. So just like the detached houses that we said, they don't share walls with any other house, but these houses share walls with this another house. So when you look at this house, when you look at the left hand side and the right hand side, the number of rooms that they have in the left hand room will be the same as the number of number of rooms they'll have in the other house. Okay, the same designs they have here will be the same design they have in the other house. So it's one house, but like they share a common wall. Okay, so the common wall is separating the two families. We have a family A living here, and then there's a family B living here. Each of the house has its own entrance, and then houses are familiar. So as I said, the rooms and then everything are familiar. It can be just a one story, or it can be a multi-story too. So another example is this one. So there's a house here, there's a different house here, and then there's a different houses. So one family will be living here and the other family will be living here, but everyone has their own entrances. So the activities performed in house A won't be seen or won't be heard. Just that they will be heard the noise, but like they won't be seen by the other house. And then the next one is flat or multi-story apartments. Flat or multi-story apartment. These are multi-story buildings in urban areas which are built to provide houses for several people on the same piece of land. Okay, on a small piece of land. The design is such that all the facilities, bedroom, sitting room, living rooms, all those things are on the same floor. Okay, so if I want my washroom, the one living on, if it's 5, the one living on the 5th floor won't have to come down to use the kitchen down there. She has her own kitchen, washroom, everything up there. And usually each house has its own entrance to ensure privacy. These types of houses are often expensive to construct. Okay. They require additional reinforcements. So unlike building a bungalow house, this type of house is taller than a bungalow house. So you need additional reinforcement. So you need more cement, you need more iron rods to reinforce this house to make it stand so that it can withstand wind or any wind, or yes, it can withstand strong winds. So that's what makes it expensive. And then tenants cannot expand their space when there's the need to. If you live in a flat or multi-story building, and then you are in the 2nd floor, or you want to make just a structure, if the one down there wants to make a structure just by the side, he or she can do it. But when you're in the 2nd floor, you can't do such. So tenants in there cannot expand their house when they feel like there's the need to do it. And then a problem living in such a house is that no one takes responsibility of cleaning shared spaces. Okay, shared spaces, I'm talking about the common stairs that we all use. 2nd floor, 3rd, last floor. No one takes responsibility that this morning I'll be the one cleaning the stairs. It will be like, if I feel like I have to clean it, I'll do it, but it's not like when you go to some houses, they have shared it. That you maybe the 1st floor you really want to sweep this for the week, but in most cases no one takes responsibility of doing it. And there's problem of noise making. When another house is making noise, they are playing music and it's so loud, and you are just under that house, you hear such music, okay, and then you can't stop. You can tell them to lower it, but you can't simply tell them to stop playing it because you want your privacy. You can have like 5 families living on the same building, the same house, okay, this type of multi-story building, and then you can't have your own privacy. So that's a disadvantage of living in such houses. And then we have prefabricated houses. Prefabricated houses. These houses are named according to the way they are constructed. So as you can see, the various parts, okay. So if it's a kitchen, they've already made a kitchen in the factory. So all that they have to do is that they have to repair a foundation. It's like just making a store in the market. Okay, you build a foundation and then you put a container on it. So they bring the parts, they transport the parts from the factory to your construction site, and then when they come, they just assemble it. If they have to screw, they have to cement some parts together, they do it, and then you get your house. Prefabrication is a way of cutting down on labor cost of building, since the whole house can be put together in few days. So with this type of houses, unlike the bungalow houses or the other forms of houses, with these houses, you can put them together in just a few days. You have the various parts that are there. So like they go there, they are already prepared. They just put it there. If they have to solder some parts together, they will do it. If they have to cement and then make some parts together, if they have to use bolts, so it will take lesser time than using building a bungalow house, which might take months or even sometimes years to complete, provided you have money. But this one, you've already paid for everything, so they're just coming to your site to assemble everything. So it's cutting down cost of building, and then it can cut down labor costs. The number of people you take to build your house. So when you're building, you need a mason, you need a carpenter, you need a plumber, you need someone to a painter. But this one, you've already paid your money. That is the type of house I've already. So they've done it. While they've done it, they've already painted it. From this picture, you see that they have fixed the window already. So you need all these people. You just need a company which has they already have all those people there. So you have less, you pay less as compared to building a bungalow or a semi-detached houses. So in Ghana, some parts of the National Theatre and then moving peak hotels were built using prefabrication. The advantages of prefabrication. Prefabricated homes requires less labor, which reduces the overall cost. The parts of a prefabricated homes are much cheaper too, and then you use less materials. Prefabrication has several advantages such as energy efficiency, mineral waste and inspection. You don't waste a lot of building materials. Okay, there are some masons, there are some workers that they will tell you, if they know that they will use like just five pieces of that material to build it, but they will tell that they will need 10. They're just making a rough estimate so that they don't be as lost when they start doing it. So they'll tell that they will need 5. But with prefabrication, it is constructed. It's a company that is doing it, so they have all their materials over there. So yours is just that you pay the money, you tell them the kind of house you want, the period design and everything, then they'll come and do it for you. They have work speed, okay, and then this type of construction take into accountability, sustainability, and then quality of a house. It's not just like they are just fixing the various parts of the house together and then they'll leave. They make sure that it is of quality. It will stand, okay, and then issues related to generating waste and all those things, they take all those into account. And then the last one that we talk about is a terrace house. Terrace house. These are row of houses that are joined to each other. Okay, row of houses that are joined to each other. They consist of several rooms that they may share a common veranda, as you see in the second image. When you see them, a typical example is dormitories in schools. When you go to various SHS that we completed, our houses, when you go to our houses, you see that all the rooms share a common veranda, okay, but the rooms are in a row. So when in my house, the school I went in, my house, we named it dorm 1, dorm 2, dorm 3, dorm 4 because they were in that row. Okay, so from dorm 1 you move to dorm 2, dorm 3. When you go to the police barracks too, that's the kind of houses that they employ. And then recently those new estates that they are developing, they have such houses there, terrace houses. So these are the six type of houses that we have. Housing needs of the family. So a house is seen as a micro environment within which the family functions. Okay. So if the family has to function, okay, the family has to grow well, then the house should sort of see to some of our needs. Okay. So we can see that just like clothing, housing sees to it that some basic needs that the people living in it should have are met. And this can be seen when the house provides us with physical needs. Okay, our physical needs. The physical needs of housing include all the things that the human body will need to survive. Okay, so we talk of shelter, we talk of food, we talk of sleep, we talk of entertainment, we talk of communication. House is where such can be met. Okay. According to Sherwood 1996, housing helped meet physical needs by protecting people from the weather. So when you're outside and it's raining, what comes into mind is let me get a house to lodge, and then when the rain go down, I'll go to my house. I'll go to mine house. So if it's a structure, a store, you just feel like, oh, let me go and stand there. It protects you from the rain. And then when it's very windy, you feel like I should be in the house so that I don't get exposed to the wind. When it's very sunny, okay, then the sun is really scorching. All that you think of is I want to get to my house. So it protects people from the weather. And the house provides us with physical security and safety from external intrusion, and protect individuals from natural elements such as strong winds, rainfall, storms, snow, and an intensive sunshine. It also provides a safe and convenient place for individuals and families to eat. You can eat in your house. Not just your house. When you go to a restaurant, it is a house that you're going to eat. Okay, so the house it provides us with the space that we can sit with families, we can sit with ourselves and then eat comfortably. There are some foods that you feel like you just have to relax your whole body. You have to sit on the floor. So there are the foods like fufu, you just want to relax and then enjoy it to the maximum. So you want to sit that way and eat it style biabi. But this you can't go outside and sit there and then eat it just like that. Okay, yes, I'll call you in class, okay. 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 And then a house provides us with a place to sleep. Okay. When you want to rest, the only thing that comes into mind is, oh, let me go to my house to sleep. If you are teaching in school and then you feel busy and then you just want to rest more, okay, let me get to the staff room and then just rest my head more. That physical structure is where we can sleep, and then you can sleep and then feel comfortable sleeping there. A house provides a place where we can store our possessions. Most of us have expensive jewelries, okay, expensive clothing. most of the ladies, we have utensils, we have um utensils that are so nice that we use on occasions, and the regular ones that we use. A house is the place where which can provide us a place like that. Most of our houses have storerooms, and then we can keep such things over there. Your provisions, food stuff, and all this that you buy, you store them in the house. And also, it provides us a space for daily activities such as cooking, and then personal care, okay, bathing, resting. It provides us space to do such activities. And then we can also say the house provides us from robbery, from thefts. Okay. I know you say in your mind that you can be in your house and then robbery or thefts will okay. But like sometimes when you live in your house, you may have this technology which is coming that they have security doors. And with such security doors, no one can open it from outside unless you open it from the inside. So when you have a house, it is only the house that will give you such an opportunity to use such security doors. So if you live in a house that has such security doors, you are protected from criminals, from anyone who wants to attack you. Okay, so the house protects us from such too. And then the second one that we'll talk about is social needs. The house makes sure that our social needs are met. The social needs we are trying to say that the house provides adequate space and opportunities where we can have interaction, okay, with our family members, with our visitors, with our friends who comes to visit us. In our various houses, we have the living room where we sit to receive our visitors. We have verandas where we can also sit to receive our visitors. So the house provides such opportunity for us to receive visitors and then promote communication. A healthy and comfortable environment creates the necessary mental and social surrounding for a good and healthy family and an individual living. As such, housing communities should be well planned so that houses and amenities are appropriately placed and they are neatly arranged to allow for street and footpath for easy access to home and other places in the community. There should be places for communal interaction. When you go to our various communities, these are mostly found in the rural centers. They have a place where the chief can sit with the community to have interaction, or when there's an outbreak of a disease or there's a communication that they has to communicate to the members in the community. They do that over there. Okay, they mostly call it the community center. So the house and also the housing environment provide such an environment for us to communicate with each other. In the home space such as the living rooms and the courtyard provide spaces for interaction among family members. So social activities such as meetings are carried out in the living rooms and then the courtyards. Please let's check our backgrounds, okay, and then let's mute our distance for us. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, madam.
Can you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. So please, I don't know how it's affecting my listening, but like when that person's background come back, it changes my slides. Okay. I don't know why this is happening, but let's use it from this side. I hope you all can see this. Okay. So as we stated first, housing or a house makes sure that our physical needs are met, our social needs are met, and also our psychological needs are met. A house satisfies psychological needs by providing opportunities for individuals and families to develop their emotions and then build good mental health. Okay. The psychological needs that we are talking about are those needs that are related to thoughts and then emotions. Okay. The way we feel. So when you feel disturbed, when you feel disturbed, it will manifest in the way you act. But through housing, we get to satisfy these needs. And how is this need satisfied? You see, as we were talking about a home, a house becomes a home when individuals or family, when people start living in it. So when you have family members living in it, you feel loved. Okay, you feel belong to a particular group of people. When you live alone, there are times that you get scared. Okay, especially when you're living in a community or housing environments which are which are mostly, you hear that, oh, there are bad boys living around this evenings, they rob people. You feel scared, but when you live with people in the house, you feel like, oh, although I am scared, but I feel like there are people around me. Okay, so you feel belong to those people. So in case of anything, they can watch out for you. It can also be expressed in having your privacy. When you have privacy, you feel comfortable in where you are living. Okay, you feel okay. You can have fun in the house because a house will provide you a space where you can have your TV to watch the movies you want. You can dance anyhow you want in your room. You can relax. Okay, you feel comfortable. All these needs related to thoughts and what the house provide for us. So it can be seen through when there is security. One of the basic needs of man is to enjoy a sense of security. The housing environment should promote a sense of security that people living in the community. Okay, with this, we are saying that your community that you are living should be safe to go out and come in at any time of the day. And then it should also be safe for you to sleep during the night. When you live in such an environment, you feel okay. Okay, you don't waste time thinking of what will happen to you when you sleep in the evening. If you are sleeping in the evening, you think of good things. You think of how you make tomorrow another productive day, instead of worrying of what that kind of attacks that you might have. So as such, if we want to have such an environment, we should make sure that the lighting system are very good. So if you live in an environment where the street lights are not working, you tell whoever is responsible for such community we have as an assembly members, you report to them that this particular light at this place, it's not working. It will create, someone can easily attack someone over there. A criminal or an armed robber can easily attack someone over there. So they should have good lighting environment, and then weedy places should be cleared from time to time. Weedy places serves as hideouts for snakes and some dangerous insects like scorpions. But if you have those places cleared from time to time, these animals will not hide in them. And then owners of uncompleted houses or dilapidated or abandoned structures should be encouraged to complete them. These places, uncompleted houses, abandoned houses, serves as hideouts for bad boys. I know it's not just me, but I mean, when I'm walking and I am passing by such houses, I feel scared because they can easily meet you over there, and then this common term that we have, kwashe, they'll miss you there and kwashe you. And you can't shout. Even if you can shout for help, no one would dare venture to come to that side. So if you have such in an environment, you at least advise the owner of the house to complete it, or make sure that the place is not weedy, so that people can be hiding there to be robbing people. And renovate or reconstruct. Sometimes to those kind of buildings can be reported to the municipal assemblies or those responsible for the area, urban and the rural housing people in those places. You report to them, and then if they will get the contacts of that person to come and work on it, even if they can't find the person, then they will take over. Okay, if they will resell the land or the land plus the building to another person, to make sure that the place is safe for individuals to stay in there. Another way is through love and belongingness. When you feel loved, hello, please. I think someone's background is not muted, so let's check our mics and then mute them. Thank you. So sharing a home is one of the things that unites people. Even if they are not members of the same family, people become closer by sharing space and household items. This is very common, because sometimes when you go to a meeting or conferences with other people that you don't know, and then you have to share a room with them, it's not like you automatically become friends, but there are some friendships that had its roots from that side. Okay, so sharing a room with someone unites those people together. If it's for maybe it's a short course that we are going to learn and I have to share rooms with you. Some friends that I met are friends who made who got closer to each other from level 100 when they were in the same room. Okay, they had the same room, and then when they were moving to hostel, they felt like two in a room. We can share the room together, and then they became friends. So housing promotes that. Under these conditions, they naturally develop a sense of belonging and being part of each other's life. So sometimes when your roommates and then your mom, their parents are not reaching them, they can call you that, oh, I'm reaching this person, I'm getting them. Please let's check our backgrounds, okay? Let's make sure our backgrounds are muted. Thank you. Housing, of course, provides opportunities for interaction with friends as well as family members. You may invite a friend to your house to watch a movie or television, or even share lunch together. When you invite when you invite a friend together, you feel like, oh, a friend who loves you, a friend who feels he or she is part of you will come and then have lunch with you in your house. And the need for love and belongingness determine the wish and longing to be or relate well to the people who live there. People choose certain areas to live because they want to be members of a particular group. So in a community, they'll be like, oh, this particular place in this community, all those living there are rich people. So other people will prefer to live there just because they want to be associated with that kind of lifestyle. And the next one is privacy. As much as we want to be in contact with others, they also need to be alone from time to time for the sake of good mental health. There are days that you are just down, you're totally down, that you feel like you don't need to interact with anyone. So if you have your own room, you just go there, you lock yourself, and then you be inside. Others will think you are asleep. No one will come and disturb you. Okay, you can be there and then have your privacy and then think and then reorganize yourself to face the other day. The house should provide a place where individuals and families can be by themselves. In homes, bedrooms, more private corners, or even the way furniture is arranged can provide privacy. So the furniture arrangement, you can have a furniture facing, okay, their back sides are facing each other. So if I see this direction, I face a different direction, and then when you sit in another one, you face a different direction. So it's not like if you have a visitor and then you want to sit in the hall, it's not like it will be so awkward sitting there and then you don't know what to do. You are facing a different direction, you're doing your own thing, and the person is also facing a different direction. Privacy is very important psychological needs. It allows people to think, okay, daydream and work without interruption. So right now, I'm in my room. My sister is here with her children, but I'm in my room and then they can't come here. They want to be with me. They want to watch what I'm doing. But because of this, the house I'm in, I have locked my room. I am having my own privacy without them interrupting it. In many families, it is not possible for everyone to have. Hello, please let's check our backgrounds. Okay. Let's check our backgrounds. Please let's check our backgrounds. Please keep your mics that are muted. Thank you. In many families, it is not possible for everyone to have a private room. However, privacy can be achieved in other ways, such as through furniture selection. Okay, so you can have some furniture which are big, which are small. Okay, it can create privacy. And the arrangements, as I talked about, you can use screens or bookcases to serve as partitions. Okay, so that if it's a very big hall, you can use screen to divide it into two. Okay, so we have a part serving as a hall for everyone to, and then a small part serving as a small study room that you can sit and then have your privacy. And then you can also use curtains to divide rooms to give your to have your privacy. And then certain activities also provide privacy, like listening to music, watching TV, reading a novel. When you're reading, no one wants to interrupt it. Okay. When you're listening to music, if someone wants to join, the person will join, but like the person will not come to interrupt and then tell you. You can be in your room and then you'll be listening to music, which will not affect the other person in the other room. And the last one is already. Why is this not happening? Creativity. People use their imagination and skills to bring out something new in the home. So the choice of furnishing, the space, okay, and the arrangements of furnishings you have in the house will improve your creativity. When you live in the house, even I mean, once maybe I think everyone had this experience when you were moving from living with people, your family members, to live on your own. You were thinking of how you decorate your room. Oh, my bed will be here. I'll make sure I have a small cupboard on my wall. I'll make sure I'll make sure my bed is arranged this way. Through this, it improves your creativity. Okay, through this to improve your creativity. Okay, there are some designs. There are some ways that you will design your room, and then others, when someone comes, the person will ask, oh, how do which person did you call to come and design it like this for you? But it might not be that you call anyone. It just feels like, oh, this I should arrange my things this way, and then when you arrange this that way, it became beautiful. You liked how you are arranged it. So through housing, we can improve on such. Sometimes people may use inexpensive or simple things to create beautiful surroundings. And then that is creativity. You can get a small bottle, you put some shells in it, or you can paint it, or you can put stickers on it, and then you place it nicely on a center table. Through housing, you can improve on such. So it's 8-2. Okay. I was, as I said earlier, I want us to break for just some 10 minutes. So if you start and then you want to stretch, you can get up and then you stretch for some while, you walk for some time, and then you come back. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, madam.
Do you want us to go and come back? Or we should continue? Hello, please. I'm speaking with the whole class.
Let's wait. As you said, let's break and come back.
All right, thank you. So let's break. So it's 8-3. So we come back at 8:13.
Yes,
Okay.
madam. Yes, madam.
Okay, so please let's walk and then stretch for some time and then get back. If you have something on fire to please attend to it quickly and then let's come back.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, it's 8:13. Please let's get back to class. All right, thank you. So I give us some 10 minutes, and I believe we all made justice with us 10 minutes. So from all that we've spoken of, let's discuss the importance of housing. Okay. Why do you think a house is important? So right now I'm here, so you can just raise your hand and then I'll call you. Okay. So why do you think a house is important, or the housing environment is important? Madam Laura, you want to
Hello,
say
madam.
something? Yes, Madam
Yeah.
Laura.
It protects us against the weather, and it gives us security. It protects us against the weather, and it gives us security.
Thank you very much. When you are in the house, we don't get exposed to the sunshine or the heat from the sun. Please use yourself for us. Madam Gloria, thank you very much. Thank you for your answer. Who else? Madam Evelyn. Madam Evelyn. Madam Evelyn. Okay, she's not answering. Please, you can raise your hand and then I'll call you. Why do you think a house is important? Hello. Hello. Madam Gifty.
Hello, yes, madam.
Yes.
Madam,
We are
because
listening.
provide us with a security and
Okay.
also
Aside security.
mhm, our physical
Aside
needs,
security.
our
Provides
physical
us with a okay, gives us a place to have shelter. Okay, thank you very much. And then who else? I want one last person.
Hello,
Madam
madam.
Stella. Yes, Madam
Please,
Stella.
the house give us comfort.
When your house, you feel comfortable, so it gives us comfort. Thank you very much, Madam Stella. Madam Ellen.
Welcome, madam.
Yes. We are listening. You raised your hand. Hello, Madam Ellen. Okay. So I'm glad you all had something to share with us. So as you said, so all those that you said, it provides us with some kind of security. Okay. Again, it relates us to some kind of linkage with other places. A house serves as a replenishing media. When you feel like you are tired, you go to the house and then you feel relaxed. So all those that you had are correct, and thank you for sharing with us. Our next topic is, aside house meeting our social, our physical, our psychological needs, house also has its social psychological aspects that it makes for individuals. We have the first one that we'll talk about is rootedness. Okay. So when you go to, let me ask this question. When you go to a Muslim community, or you go to someone who is a Muslim's house, what shows that a person is a Muslim aside the person's name? Okay, aside the person's maybe the language that the person speak, what shows that the person is a Muslim, or what shows that this community is a Muslim community? Hello.
Madam.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, I'm
I
listening.
think the type of buildings they have in the community can
The
tell
type of
whether it's
the
type of
type of
building.
building will show. Okay, the type of
Yes,
building.
and
How is the type of building like? How is their buildings like?
they,
Oh, it's when you go to their mosques, you see that they have that. Is it a moon, a half moon with a star also on it, right?
yeah,
Hello.
yes,
So
yes, madam.
when you see it, it tells you that, oh, this is a Muslim community.
Yes,
When you go to their houses too, you see their buta, the one that they use
yes.
to, you see their talisman hanging, you see their mats,
The mat.
maybe
Yes.
their mat in the corner over there. And then when you go to someone who is a Catholic's house too, you might see a picture of Mary. Okay, and then you see their rosary hanging over there. When you go to a house of a traditionalist too, you will see maybe a red cloth tied on something. You will see at how do you call that thing that they hold it is it's in tree, it's called bodia. I forgot the English name for it. Bodia. Yeah, you see those things. Okay, you might see a shrine, a small shrine with maybe they have some schnapps bottles, broken some schnapps bottles over there, or they've smelled some blood over there. Okay, all those will tell you that when you go to this house belongs to this kind of person. Okay, so we say that one social psychological aspect of housing is rootedness. Okay, housing shows us that this is who we are. We are from this place. Housing shows a connection with our roots. Okay, I believe that when you move outside and then you see your fellow Ghanaians, you recognize them when you go to their houses. It's either they have the flag of Ghana in their houses or they have a kente hanged somewhere else. Okay, so when you see those people, you notice that, oh, this person is a Ghanaian. It shows that this person has his roots linked to these places. So families in the United States move on an average of once every 5 years. Okay, so the feeling of rootedness and belongingness are not being fully fulfilled for many of families. So few of us have this connection with our past in today's technological society. Both the sterile high-rise apartment buildings with drab concrete parking lots, as well as the endless miles subway sprawl, have all but destroyed the concept of rootedness. It becomes important, therefore, that we explore ways to create a feeling of rootedness. And then this can be shown through the kind of furnishings we select in our houses. Okay, you can have someone who has lived his whole life in central region, and then maybe because of work or any something, the person has to move from central region to Accra. To have this connection that, oh, I once lived in central region, you can just choose to have some seashells decorated. Have some seashells. When you go to the seashore, you get plenty of sea sand. You can use it to make a beautiful decoration or a beautiful painting or an artifact, and then you paint it in your room. When someone comes and the person asks, you can boldly tell the person that I once lived in Cape Coast. So it's through housing that we can know that we were once at this side. So someone who has visited in Zulenzu once will have a something or a brochure or something showing that, oh, I have visited in Zulenzu. So when you go to the person's house, you see it over there, and then you know that this person has once visited this place before. Okay, so it can be seen through the kind of furnishings we have. Sometimes you just want to have this feeling that, oh, like the way we used to arrange, maybe from your old house, the way you arrange. When you move to a new house, you feel like this isn't really me. This is not how I arrange my furniture. This is not how I arrange my utensils. In my old home, my spoons were always in something like this. My cups were always in something like this. My furnitures were arranged like this. So you feel like, oh, let me arrange it in such a way. It gives you a feeling that, oh, I was still living in my old house. Okay. So the housing provides this concept of rootedness. So mostly old parents, it is not practiced in our type of in our community, but when you go outside, okay, they have that how do you call this thing, like old homes for parents, like old parents. So when they are going there, they tell them to at least have something that they have in the house. It can be their family's picture, it can be just a mug, it can be just a scarf. Okay, to just have the feeling that you were once living at such a place. And then the second one that we will talk about is replenishment. Replenishment. Home is where we go to replenish our minds and bodies to meet the demands of our daily lives. We go to school and then we meet students. Sometimes school can just stress you because you've taught something last week and then you came to class and then you ask the students and then they behave as if like they haven't even been taught. Like they behave as if like they don't even remember, and then you have to go back and then teach it again. We went back to teachers and then you had a lot of assignments to mark and then you had a lot to do in school. Like you were so occupied that like when you get home, in your mind, whilst you were just looking at the time, just want to get home. Maybe you have to go for a meeting, you have some things to do, or you have to pass by someone's house and then take maybe your seamstress house and then take a dress that you used to use. So, but you will feel like after this hectic day, they have to go home and then just relax. Like you just feel like you want to get home. When I'm cracking in dream time, or be it when I'm like you just want to get home. Okay, home is where we go to replenish our minds and our bodies. As our societies continue to become more urbanized, there's an increase in the number of contacts we have with other individuals. There's my friend once told me that the day that you wear something, a dress that is not nice, that's the day that you meet most of the people that you know. When you go outside, you meet a lot of people. Okay, sometimes you'll be going to school and then you meet an old classmate and then you have to have a conversation with the person. Oh, you talk of school. Hey, it's been a while we met, and oh, like you exchange contacts. Even before you exchange contacts, normally you come about 3 hours and so now exchanging contacts. Oh, we'll talk more. Right now, I'm going somewhere, so like let's just talk for some time. Okay, you meet a lot of people, you go to the markets, you encounter a lot of things. Oh, mommy may ban patcho jinanchain, mommy patcho oh your way, and my work coming you meet a lot of people. Okay. So when you get home, it's like where do heaven? You're not meeting those people again, you're not having that conversation with people again, you're not even listening to that conversation that you don't want to listen. You are that type of that you don't want to listen to political issues. Like there's something that sometimes it will be just a conversation that will be happening and then people will politicize it. You don't want to have such a conversation, but you are in a car and they don't do destination, so you just have to, you can't block your ears too. They are just listening to it, which you don't want to. But like in your mind, you feel like I mean Drufi in a way now suncha. Okay, so constant interaction with other people can produce stress, and then home is the only solution. Okay, it is the only place many of us can go to escape the contact with other people. We also simplify our lives as we go home from the high levels of complexity produced in our urban environment. So to feel this replenishment in the house, okay, is the houses should replenish our souls, our mind, like our minds, like to replenish our bodies. Did I say so? Like our bodies, yeah. There should be safety and security in the house. Let me use the housing environment. So when you live in an environment where this environment they be a cool and you maybe a shell be that experience, if you have that experience, you have that experience in your area, you won't feel comfortable going home. You won't feel like you going home like you are going to relax your body. No, that's not what comes in your mind. But when there's safety, there's security, you feel like once you're going home, there you have street lights from where you are going to till when you get your house. Even if you're in a car and then you get your junction, from your junction to your house, to your room, to your doorstep, that place, when you have lights, you're already relaxed. Okay, feeling that, oh, I'm in such an environment and I'm going home to relax after this drudgery that I had during the day. Also, if the housing environment is safe and secure, proper rest and peace of mind can be obtained. You don't live in a noisy environment. You don't live in a community where behind your house, that's where the community members will come and sit in the evening to have discussion. And then that's where people will come and stand in the evening to have discussion. Boys, if you can't have peace of mind after that long day that you've had at work. Many accidents result from unsafe designs and poor quality construction. Examples are the stairs with loose runners or threads. Okay, we can talk of the construction of the house. If before you get to your house, even there's a small gutter and then there's just a common wood lying on the gutter, you can just slip and then fall into the gutter. Okay, if you have stairs too, if they are made of woods and then you feel it shaky, it raises an alarm. Bathtub and showers with slick finishes and electrical outlets placed close to the water filters are leading cause of home accidents. The house and the neighborhood should be saved from human threats. If family members are afraid to come home after that, insecurity will result. And then also, studies have also indicated that the youngsters living in high-rise apartments buildings have more respiratory illness than youngsters living in single-family houses because they spend less play times out of doors. Mostly, families living on story buildings don't allow their children to come down, especially when it's the environment is really kind of it's an urban housing environment, and then the kind of people, all those people living there, the families, both parents are working, and then they don't expect their children to be playing with other people. Okay, so studies shows that those children living in those high-rise apartments, second floor, third floor, last floor, those people, children like that have respiratory illness than those that's on the ground floor because they don't usually go outside that much. So with this, you can't see, you can't say that there's protection enough for your family. Okay, in many of our congested urban areas, parents hesitate to let the youngest go outside to play for fear of being molested or harmed. So if you live in an environment like that where I know what is so basic, these things happen more often. You don't feel like you should let your children go outside. Like you don't feel comfortable living there, and then you don't feel like you are resting. You are getting the peace of mind that you want. Replenishments cannot be effective and unsafe if you live in an insecure or unsafe environment. And then it can also be seen through stimulation. A home that offers a stimulating atmosphere will replenish family members after the drudgery of day. Stated in his book, The Absent Healer, there is our need for him for food and water. Okay. So with stimulation, we are talking about housing engages the senses, our emotions and minds in positive and then soothing ways. Okay, everyone wants it. That's why he said there is in all of us a biopsychological hunger for stimulation as basic, and then it's urgent as we need food and then we need water to survive. Our multisensory stimulation experiences may be achieved by pursuing hobbies and leisure activities at the home, and the home should provide the needed space for these activities. So when you have a house, and then in your house you have the kind of colors you have chosen to paint your to use as paintings in your rooms, the kind of colors you chose for your drape, your curtains, your draperies, even the texture of it. Okay, the kind of furnitures you are using, the kind of even the bed sheets you are using on your bed. Okay, it all creates that soothing, that pleasure, that relaxing mind that you feel like you have to get after a long day outside. When you get to your house, the kind of arrangements you've even made will make you feel more relaxed. Okay, more you feel okay because like you are at peace. Even the texture of your draperies, I found one like you like it. It can be seen through this stimulation. And then we have to hear that other multisensory stimulation experiences may be achieved by pursuing hobbies and leisure activities, and the home should provide the needed space for these activities. Especially important in homes where there are preschool children is the need for stimulation. The amount of varied stimulation a small experience influences his or potential IQ. When you have children in the house, okay, the kind of things you have in your house, the kind of things you choose for the child to play with, the kind of toys, the colors of toys you choose for the child to play with, the hobbies. Always sees a man playing music. There's a child always hears that a man watches movie when she wants to relax. All these kind of improves the child's IQ. Okay, these experiences will improve the child's experience. The child will have these experiences, and then he'll feel like he'll feel a little above the average IQ that all his mates, his or her age mates should achieve. Overstimulation can, however, cause anxiety, and the stimulation can also cause apathy. Therefore, stimulation become extremely personal, depending on the individual and the amount of stimulation the individual encounters outside his or environment. And then the last one is reinforcement. Okay, the home and the neighborhood we choose to live in, as well as the furnishing we select, are important choices as they can greatly reinforce our self-image. We see our houses to be an extension of ourselves. Okay, so when you go to school dressed nicely, there's this particular teacher who always comes to school and then she's always dressed nicely, and then you ask where she lives and she tells you she lives in this particular area, and you know this particular area that like from your experience, like you feel like per how she has dressed, she's not supposed to live in such an area because that area is a slum area. Okay, and then you feel she's not living there, she shouldn't live there. But when you ask and the teacher tells you that, oh, I live in this area, you be like, oh, sir, in turn our dresses are no. Okay, our house is seen as our house or our housing environment is seen as an extension of ourselves. So sometimes you don't even portray or attitudes or characteristics of such an environment you are living. But just by mentioning you live at this area, the person can even say, hey, any how they can crown. Just because you said you live in that area. Okay. But when you live in an area, a different area, and then you tell the person, oh, I live in this area, because any Osika. I once remembered that I told when I went to SHS and I told people I'm from Obuasi. So when I got to SHS, I told them that, oh, I live in Obuasi. They're like, hey, any Osika. Just because then times AGA was AGA, Anglo Lachance was AGA, and then I went to Anglo Lachance, so they were like, hey, you know Oscar. It may not be true, but just because of that experience, that my housing environment where I'm from, they were like, so in people choose to associate their lifestyle, how they behave, okay, and then in choosing their housing environments or the kind of houses or the kind of even furnishing or furnitures or things that they will use for they want it to show that this is how they live their life. Okay, so when you go to their house, they want to tell you that, oh, me saying, so I don't use this normal no stick that you have. My no stick that I use, this one I imported it from Italy. It came from this. They'll be bragging. It is through housing that we can have such an opportunity. Okay, when you live in this feeling of reinforcement can improve. Hello, someone telling me something. It can improve our self-esteem. Okay, when sometimes you be living with your auntie, your uncle, or your family member in a certain community, okay, urban and a housing environment. Let me use East Legon. You are not living there. You now him say the rent, your money is not even part of it. But you are living with your uncle, and then they will tell you, oh, they'll ask where I live in. It's like you feel proud to say that, oh, I live in East Legon. Even the tone that you will use to say the East Legon, like slurring be a bit feminine. But the house you're living in, it's not yours. The housing environment or the kind of house you live in will boost your self-esteem. I remember I once had this I did teaching practice there's a school in Cape Coast, Ola. So there's this school, the St. Augustine practice. And then there were children, some boys, those children who live in the Ola community, okay, those children are really stubborn. So whenever someone does something bad in the school, the headmistress will attack the students that, where do you live? It's either you live in Anthem, it's a community in Cape Coast, Anthem or Ola, and they'll be like, hey, so that side. So sometimes you get students who are not like that. They are very different from the kind of environments that they live in, but they are not so let me use proud. Okay, they don't feel okay to mention that they live there. They live at Anthem or Ola because they are so different from the kind of life they live there. So that environment will make the child look down upon him or herself. So your housing environment or where you live will boost your self-esteem. And then it will also improve your creativity. If you live in a rural area where you don't see creative things that people are doing, you are exposed to the natural environment, all right, but you don't see how creatively people use it. Okay, how the people get their inspiration, how they mold it to get whatever they want. But when you live in an urban society, please let's check our backgrounds. Okay, let's make sure our mics are muted. Thank you. Please let's make sure our mics are muted. When you live in an urban society, yeah, you are exposed to different kind of people, variety of houses, variety of designs, variety of almost everything. Okay, I'm that kind of person who always see new things when I go outside, especially when I'm in Accra. Whenever I go outside, I see new creative things, new ways of, you can see a normal bamboo, and then you see how someone has used the bamboo creatively, like designed it nicely. It's something normal. It can be like just a small cat at a small place, a small cat in the bamboo. But the person can use it to hang in his or her house, and then you feel like, oh, I can do this thing. Okay, next time I get a bamboo, I'll make it in this way too, and then we'll also make it nice. So your house or the environment that you live in will improve it, and this greatly will reflect in the way you behave. And the last one is relatedness. Relatedness. One of man's basic need is to interact and relate with others. Okay. So it's only a house that you can share a space with another person. It is through a housing environment that you can share such with another person, and then you feel you are related to that person. When you live in an area together or you live in a community together, and then you meet elsewhere, you feel like, oh, that person that you live in the area with, becomes like that person becomes your sibling, because both of you are new in a different environment. Okay, so you feel like that person is so closer to you than the people that you've met over there. I know most of you, we have students in West Coast, we have students in Zenith, we have students in UCC. Most of you didn't know each yourselves. It's when you came to class and then you met and then you became friends. Assuming there should be an orientation where everyone has to come to UCC. Okay, all centers have to come to UCC. Those from Zenith, Accra is big, and then most of you are in different schools. But just because you've stayed in the class together, okay, you are in the same center. When you come to Cape Coast, you would like to sit with someone from Zenith. You will see like 4, 5, 6 Zenith students gathered at one place, and then you see UCC students gathered at one place. You feel those people are more related to you than those in UCC, although you have one facilitator who takes 3 classes. Okay, so housing gives us the opportunity to feel like, oh, we are related to this person. Anthropologists agree that man relates most effectively in small groups. Our society controls the boundaries of man's intimate group interaction throughout the family system. Although the family size varies, the group normally stays within the limits of being able to fulfill the needs of each individual. So a house should be designed in such a way to promote interaction and social contact. Okay, we have, as we said, we have halls, we have living rooms where we can sit and then have interaction. You can, there are days that you feel like you just want to have to talk to someone, and then you feel okay. When you come and sit in the hall or living room, you surely get another person to come and sit with you, and then something can a conversation can come up, and then you feel like you are discussing something with another person. The prime purpose of a home is to foster human relationship. The interaction and communication should be free, and then it should be spontaneous too. Many design features that force people to come together causes irritation and annoyance because a task is interrupted. It happens. Sometimes the design of the hall will feel annoying because maybe it felt like they should have brought a door here so that when you want to enter the kitchen without going to the hall, it should have been possible. But like before you get to the kitchen, you have to use the main hall. Whilst maybe there are people over there, and then you feel you don't want to talk to those people. sometimes it becomes irritating. But when you have a house from where you can just go to the hall without passing the you can just go to the kitchen without passing the hall. It's not like Nimbo and Abby, but I just feel like there are days that you just don't want to speak with anyone, and then you can have such privacy. Okay, aside that, housing makes us get related to each other. We feel like we belong to each other. This can be seen in the house designs and then privacy, as I explained earlier. A house should be designed not only to foster great family relationship, but also to foster relationship between individual members and to allow for individual privacies. Crowded living conditions frequently result in lack of privacy. A leading cause of the lack of harmonious sexual life between married partners is the lack of privacy from children. When you live in a single room and then you're a married couple and then you have children, designed in such a way that at least if it's a single room, you can use a to partition the house so that you have a room, a small space as kind of a bedroom for just the parents, and the children will be at the other side, so that you can freely do whatever you want without the children having the sense that, oh, the children will catch us, the children will see us. Parents need privacy from their children, and children also need privacy from their parents, especially boys. When they get to that age of there and they are growing, like they feel like it's not usually with girls, but like with boys, they feel like they need privacy from their siblings and also from their parents. And as such, when you're designing a house, you should have that in mind, that even if you have children, they one day grow and then they will need to have privacy from each other. A home can provide privacy for each member to explore his or her own interests and yet foster interrelationship between family members, which will promote the growth of social psychological healthy individuals. Okay, so this is the end of unit 1, and then I'm done with my teaching. So we have like more than 30 minutes to end our class. So at this point, I will break and then request if you have any questions to share with the class, or you have any add up that you want to add. You can just raise your hand and then I'll call you and then we discuss that. Any question?
Madam, please, can you send us the slide?
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Gloria.
Yes,
Madam
madam.
Gloria. It's
Yes,
not
madam.
a problem, you don't have anything again.
No.
Are you sure you don't have any question?
No, please.
All right. I'll your wish should be granted, okay. Okay. Any question again? Any add up? All right. So since there are no questions, there are no add ups, it's 8:52. And then you can have your 30 minutes to go over. I'll send the slides and then you can go over the notes, some things that you jotted down, or you can even read over, and then when you feel you want to ask another question, you can contact your course reps. Okay, Madam Agnes, your hand is up. I can see Madam Agnes.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
Please, can you differentiate between a home and a house for me?
All right. Okay. So a house, okay, is generally the structure. The structure, which has walls, roof, windows, and doors. So it can be any shape, any design, any form. Okay, it is just the structure. But when you live in that structure and then you live with people and then you get satisfied because you have everything you want in the house, you feel loved because you live with people, you have if you have your washroom in it, you have your bathroom in it, you feel like, oh, life is comfortable living in that structure, then it becomes a home. Okay, you feel you're at peace with how your house is, then it becomes a home. If you don't like it, there are some people who feel like it's not the house they are living, it's not a home for them because they are always having issues with their husband, they are always having issues with their siblings. If it's a family house that you are living, your husband's family house that you are living, you don't feel that that place is a home for you, but it is a house because it has walls, it has roof, it has windows, it have doors. But you don't get that satisfaction from it. But if you live in it and then you get that satisfaction from it, it becomes a home. Madam Agnes, are you okay?
Okay, but okay.
All right, thank you.
Like I was thinking, like you getting emotional feelings, then it is called a home. But if you're not having any peace of mind or anything, it doesn't mean it is a home. It's rather a house, right?
It is a house, okay, to you, but to another person, it can be a home. You know, sometimes you believe in someone and back on the extra so life. Okay, so the person is okay with living there. So it's that feeling. If you don't have that feeling, it becomes just a regular house for you because you don't get that connection. Okay, so to another person, it will be a house, it will be a home, but to you, because you're not getting that satisfaction from it, so it's not a home for you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you have anything else to from anyone? All right, so this is where we will end our class. And then thank you all for having patience with me when I was having troubles logging in. I'm really sorry for delaying you. Next time I won't do that. Okay. So Sunday we'll be having methods of teaching, and then this time around I'll meet you. So you can the various course reps, you can copy my link and then you put it in the groups because I'll be available this Sunday. So until then, good night to everyone.
Good
Bye.
night.
Good
Good
night.
night, madam. Bye.
Good night to
Bye.
you too.
Good night.
Good night to you too.
Bye.